Yeah, so girls, you're welcome to warm up. You're welcome to warm up. You've got 2 or 3 minutes to warm up. The drag factor for beginners, you can set it to whatever you like. There's no restriction on drag factors, so set it as you please. And you're welcome to have a bit of a warm up for this first race of the day. Racing over 1,000 meters. Okay then, I think we're more or less ready for the first race of the day. So if we could ask that, obviously each competitor will be allowed one person to support them while they're racing, but one person only. Obviously just to make sure it's a bit fair so that the back row can sort of get a rough idea of what's going on. So if there's sort of more than one person sort of supporting at the moment, you'll need to just move to one side. Okay, just relax for a second. We're just waiting for one machine that's still moving. Okay, right, if you pick up your handles, watch the screen for the start. First race of the day. Good clean start out of the blocks then. Well, the girls racing in this first heat of the day, and it looks like the early leader is lane 18. Kimberly from Bath, and she has obviously been filtered to the top of the list, so the system will sort, so the leading person will always appear at the top. So Kimberly now with about a 10-metre lead already over lane number 3. And we have Molly as well in lane number 1 from Exeter, going very well, holding on to a second place. A very tight battle developing already as they work their way through the first 200 or so metres. And we have Kimberly from, in fact, we have a bit of a two-wide tie at the moment at the front of the field, neck and neck. Gina Roya in lane number 3 from Yui, and Kimberly in lane 18, who's just 3 metres back. And Molly in lane number 1, holding third place currently. So those 3 girls now working away from the rest of the field, just breaking away from 4th place. And the rest of the girls just behind in a tight battle as they come through with 600 metres to go. Jacinta in lane number 3, leading now by 10 metres from Yui, setting the pace for the rest of the girls to chase at 1:46.4 splits through 500 metres. And we have Molly from Exeter in lane 1 holding second place, with Kimberly from Bath just 1 metre behind and is now just squeezing through into second as they now work their way down to 400 metres to go. The girls working well here. Jacinta though in lane 3, still holding 1:47.5 splits through 400 to go. 10 metres the lead at the moment over Kimberly from Bath in lane 18, and Molly, who's just 3 metres behind in lane number 1. And they're coming now down to 300 metres to go. Jacinta though still holding that lead. 9 metres the gap now. Kimberly trying to close that gap down in lane number 18. 8 metres the gap. It is closing. 7 metres. Will she get there in time? 6 metres the gap. Can Jacinta hold her off? 5 metres. So the girls really pushing on to the end here. 3 metres now. So a big first race going on here. 1 metre and they're dead level at the front of this race, with under 250 metres to go. Absolutely dead level, with Kimberly now just sneaking into the lead. Jacinta's still there though, just 3 metres back with 200 metres to go. And we have Molly in lane 1, still holding that third place. But Kimberly now holding on to a 7 metre lead as they come now into the final 100 metres. 9 metres the gap with less than 100 metres to go. Kimberly working her way through to set the pace for the rest of the girls to follow, with 50 metres to go now. So Kimberly now coming in rapidly up to the line. Less than 25 metres to go. A perfectly timed race there to set off the first race. So well done to Kimberly from Bath, coming through for the win in 3:41.7. Jacinta holding on to that second place at 3:45.8. And we have Molly from Exeter coming through in 3:50.2 in third place. And the other girls now rapidly coming up to the end of their races, finishing off this row, all with about less than 50 metres to go, pressing along. Remembering that there are other heats to come here. So a big round of applause there for the girls in that first race. Okay, heat 2 is up on the screen. Girls, if you want to find your machine, you're welcome to start warming up. Okay, 5 minutes. 5 minutes, girls. 5 minutes before heat 2. It's loaded up on the screen, so if you want to find your machine, start warming up. Four minutes, girls. 4 minutes. Two minutes, girls. 2 minutes. Okay, girls. So if you have more than one person around you at the moment, if you could just designate who your cox is going to be for the race, and if everyone else can just sort of clear the race floor area. Pretty much ready to go. Second race of the day. Okay, so second heat of the day. We're just waiting for the flywheels to stop. So you can just pop your handles down, relax for a second. Okay, pick up your handles, pick up your handles. Watch the screen for the start. And the second heat safely gets underway there. We have nearly all rowers starting in this second heat. Looks like the early leader though in lane 10 we have Madeline. Madeline from Bristol going off very, very hard through the first phase and holding 142.3s. Really sprinting out 141s versus 146s for the second place at the moment. So really getting out to a strong start, and 7 meters the lead through the first phase from Shannon from UE in lane 12. And we have Sally from Exeter also battling for that second place in lane number 14. No, Madeline there really getting out to a strong start. 141.5 splits, really trying to press away from the field here in the early phase of this race as she comes through with 700 to go. Holding on to that strong lead at the moment by 6 meters. And we have Sally from Exeter in lane 14 holding that second place. Shannon from UE just 1 meter behind in third place currently. And those three girls trying to press away in this early phase of this race. And then just behind them we have Beth from Exeter in lane number 17 holding fourth place in a good battle with Lottie from Bath in lane number 9, who's currently just in fifth place. But coming up now towards a halfway point, Madeline from Bristol holding on to that lead of 6 meters at the moment. 144.5 splits through 500. With Sally just holding that second place. But the field is closing in for that second place. So the battle developing now for that second and third place between 4 girls as they come up towards the 400 meters to go point. But Madeline holding now onto a 15 meter lead out the front. But a massive battle now for second place. Those 4 girls pretty much dead level, with Sally from Exeter just holding them off by a metre. But we have Lottie from Bath in lane 9 really making a big move, and has now moved into second place with 350 metres to go. Really putting the hammer down there, Lottie in lane number 9 to try and close that gap and move away. And we have Jess from Exeter in lane number 7 now, squeezing it through into third place, just ahead of her teammate. But Madeline, though, in lane number 10, really streaking away from the field here, still holding on to that 15 metre lead with 200 metres to go. Lottie from Bath in lane 9 still holding that solid second place now as they come into this final 200 metres. And we have Jess from Exeter in lane 7 holding third place. Oh, Madeline there, 15 metres to lead at 148.5. Lottie from Bath in lane 9, 15 metres behind. The last 100 or so metres then. So the girls working against the times from the first heat to see what they can do. We've got Madeline in lane 10 now, 11 metres to lead with 50 metres to go. Lottie trying to close the gap down, 11 metres behind, but it looks like Madeline's going to come through in first place in 3:38.4. Lottie from Bath in second at 3:40.8. We have Jess from Exeter coming through in 3:41.6 in third place. And the other girls now really pressing up towards the end of this second heat as they race now against the clock to see what time they can do. We have Lauren coming through from Bath there. Amy from Bristol coming through. And the other 4 girls now working their way down into the last 50 or so metres. Racing hard against the clock. Remembering that every second might count against the national rankings. So a big round of applause there for that second heat. So Madeline there setting the pace now for the other girls to race against. So top results so far at 3:38.4. And currently in second place we have Lottie at 3:40.8 from Bath. And in third place Jess from Exeter holding 3:41.6. Okay, girls, 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Two minutes, girls. 2 minutes. Okay, 1 minute, girls. So if you decide who's going to be your supporter and everyone else, if you can clear the race floor. So we are ready to rock and roll. Okay, so just waiting for 2 machines just to clear so you can relax for a second. Just waiting for machine number 9. Okay, right, girls, pick up your handles. Pick up your handles. Yeah, this is heat 3. Watch the screen for the start. Good clean start then in this third heat. Underway. And we have in lane number 19, Jana from UI, getting off very strongly. And in second place we have Hannah from Bath, just ahead of her teammate Lauren. And Zara as well, also from Bath. So 3 Bath girls currently holding second to 4th place. But Jana from UI in lane number 19 getting out the strongest and is holding on to nearly a 10-metre lead in the first phase of racing here as they come through the first 200 metres. And Zara from Bath now holding second place in lane 2, 13 metres behind, with Hannah from Bath in lane 16 now currently holding third place, just ahead of Nina from Exeter in lane 20. Jana though really accelerating away from the rest of the field now, coming up to 650 metres to go already. Zara from Bath though trying to close that gap down, 15 metres the gap for the lead, and those two girls have really got away from the rest of the field very quickly in the first 400 metres. And currently in third place, a bit of a three-way battle between Nina from Exeter in lane 20. We have Ella from Bath in lane 15 and Hannah also from Bath in lane 16, battling out for third place. But Jana though now through 500 to go, really accelerating, 140.9 splits. So really trying to put down a big marker in this event. Zara 20 metres behind in lane 2, and those girls now really accelerating away. Big gap between second place and third place now opening up as they come through into the business end of this race. With Jana now coming 300 metres out, a 141.3 splits. Zara in lane 2, 27 metres behind, and we have in third place Helene from Exeter in lane 17, who's now squeezed through into third, just ahead of the girls behind, chasing her down. 250 to go. Jana there really working away, a strong lead now. So looking to try and beat that top time from the last heat of 3:38.4. And she's looking like she's on target to do that if she can hold that pace through in the last 150 metres. Zara pretty safely in that second place, 40 metres behind. And the finish line now coming up here. So Jana from UI really laying down a massive marker. Is going to smash the top score with 50 metres to go. Racing against the clock to see what she can do. Oh, a very impressive result here. Coming through in 3:22.6, a massive score, which may have also put her at the top nationally. And we have Zara coming through in second place now in lane 2 from Bath at 3:34.7. And that race is on for third place. Maddie from Bristol in lane 11, sneaking through at 3:42.1. And the other girls now squeezing up towards the end of this race. So working their way through. Now just 3 more girls there, neck and neck. Racing hard towards that finish line. There we go. Well done, girls. Big round of applause for that first heat. There we have the final heat up on the screen for beginner women. You've got about 10 minutes before we start this one, so 10 minutes. About 5 minutes, girls. 5 minutes for the last heat. 5 minutes. Four minutes. 4 minutes. Three minutes, girls. 3 minutes. So as a reminder, this is the final heat. And obviously the top score so far, Jana from UE with 322.6, which currently from our records indicates that that is the top result nationally. Okay, girls. So if you want to decide who your supporter's going to be, and if the other people around can just clear the race floor, get this final heat underway. Okay, girls, get yourselves ready then. Final heat. You can just start rowing. We'll just let the machine settle. Just waiting for one machine to clear. So just waiting for machine number 5 just to clear here. Okay, we're ready to go. So if you pick up your handles, watch the screen for the start.
Set ready. Attention.
Good clean start then in this final heat of the beginner women. And the early leader in lane number 8. We have Rosie from Bristol getting out very quickly ahead of the field. And in second place currently a bit of a tie between Georgie from Plymouth and Bea from Bath Uni. Tied for that second place. Rosie though, 1:41 split, so looks like Rosie's set off to try and hunt down this top score. If she can hold that pace all the way through. And a gap now with Georgie in lane number 5 from Plymouth, holding 7 meters behind in second place as these girls work their way through the first 250. The girls going very well here. We have Kath from Bath now holding 3rd place in lane number 1 with Katie from Bristol also there. A good battle developing for that 3rd place. We've got 3 girls there really working for that 3rd place at the moment. But Rosie though really chasing down this top score, 1:42.8 splits as she comes through 400 meters gone. And Georgie in lane number 5 from Plymouth still holding that 2nd place ahead of Grace now from Bristol in 3rd place in lane number 7. The girls now coming to this halfway point. Rosie still holding on to that lead and starting to pull away from the field here, so she's really into the hunt here, working her way through. Last 500 to go. See if she can work on that score. We got Georgie in lane 5 just coming under a little bit of pressure from Grace in lane number 7, and they're neck and neck for 2nd place at the moment with 450 meters to go. Grace and Georgie in that battle for 2nd place. Big challenge coming there with Grace just sneaking a meter ahead, but Georgie's still there, chasing them down with 400 to go. But Rosie now working her way through, nearly at 300 to go. So coming now up to the final 250, Rosie really trying to lay down a big score here. 34 meters to lead at the moment over Grace, her teammate from Bristol. A bit of a Bristol 1-2 at the moment. Georgie from Plymouth still holding that 3rd place, only 3 meters behind. So trying to still challenge for that 2nd place with 250 to go. A good battle between those 2 girls, really working against each other here to move each other on. Rosie still holding that lead. 200 meters to go for Rosie in lane number 8. Grace still just holding on to that 2nd, but Georgie's still there, trying to close that gap down. 3 meters the gap between the 2 of them. So we've got the finish line now up on the screen. Rosie through, 100 meters to go, and Grace and Georgie now 125 meters left. Grace just ahead, but Georgie's closing that gap back down again. 1 meter the gap, they're dead level for 2nd place. Nothing between them with just over 50 meters to go. Who's going to take that 2nd place? Rosie coming through in 1st, and we've got Georgie now who's just creeping ahead, but Grace is still there. Oh, well done to Georgie from Plymouth, sneaking that 2nd place. Grace coming through in 3rd. And the other girls now squeezing along towards the end here. Racing against the clock to see how they do in the rankings. So 3 more girls left, pushing hard all the way through in the last 25 odd meters. A big round of applause there. So that was the last heat for the beginner women. So if there's any remaining lightweights that have yet to weigh in, if you can head over to the registration desk and make yourself known and get yourself weighed in. Obviously be aware that you're approaching a cut-off point for weigh-ins. Anyone that doesn't make weight, you can still race as heavyweight, or anyone that misses the weigh-in, you will also be entered in as a heavyweight competitor. Okay, so we have the first heat of the beginner men. So guys, you're welcome to start warming up. I believe this race is due to start at 10 past. So 7 minutes. We'll use the clock on the wall. Okay, 5 minutes, guys. 5 minutes. So just so you are aware, the top result nationally, I believe, was actually posted at the Scottish Indoor Champs, and pretty much it was 3 minutes on the nose. So that is the top result nationally so far. Three minutes, guys. 3 minutes. One minute, guys. Just make sure you have your nominated person, and if everyone else can clear the race floor. So obviously that top target of 3 minutes, pretty much dead on the nose, is the top national result, if you want a target to aim for. So I'd imagine that probably overall that will be near the top. If I can recall from last year, I think the top score was 2:55-ish, so the 3 minutes was about second or third place. So if you can get around 3 minutes, then you're doing very well. Okay, just waiting for one machine to clear. Just relax for a second. Okay, guys, we're good to go. Pick up your handles. And watch the screen for the start. No, the guys get underway here in the 1K beginner men. And getting out very quickly in lane 13, we have Lewis Clark from Bath Uni. 1:25 splits, really getting off very strongly through the first 100 metres. Trying to see if he can aim for that 3 minute target there. He's got to hold it under 130 to do so. And the guy's really accelerating out here through this first phase. Still holding 125s at 200 gone. 8 metres the lead over Ethan from Uwe in lane 14. And we also have going well in lane number 7 and lane number 8. Jamie from Uwe and Forbes from Exeter. But Lewis in lane 13 coming through 300. 127 splits. Now the guys now working their way through. So coming now through to 600 to go. We've got Lewis still holding on to that lead. 9 metres the lead. He's holding 128 splits at the moment. So working his way through here. Forbes from Exeter in lane 7. Pretty much neck and neck with Jamie from Uwe in lane 7 and 8. Racing each other. Lewis still holding that 128. So he's still just under the score there. So he's got to hold it under to get that top score. In the second half now, these guys racing through. Dead level for second place between Forbes of Exeter and Jamie from Uwe. With Jamie from Uwe just sneaking a 1 metre lead, and he's closing the gap on the lead as well. Lewis still holding that 129.7 split. Can he hold on to it with 350 metres to go? 129.9, so he's right on the cusp here. So he's got to push on here for 300 to go. We've got Jamie from Uwe still stretching as well. So Lewis at 130.2. So can he pull it down in 250 to go? We've got Jamie from Uwe holding a solid second place, 7 metres behind. Lewis 130.5 at the moment. Can he pull it back? 150 to go. So the guys now sprinting towards the end here. Working their way through towards the final 100 metres. The finish line is in sight. Lewis now trying to chase that top score, holding on to a 12 metre lead. Did he do enough early on? He's got less than 10 seconds to get there. So Lewis now coming up to the line. And he holds a 301.9. With Jamie from Uwe coming through in second and 305 dead. And the other guys now working their way through the final few strokes. Working their way now onto the line. Big group of guys there sprinting hard all the way through. And the last two guys there now working their way through the last 25 odd metres. So a big round of applause there for the first heat of the beginner men. So currently on the national results, Lewis's score puts him in 4th place, just showing how tight it is in the top. Just to confirm the order we have at the moment, we have Tom from Edinburgh at 3 minutes 0.5, Michael from Glasgow at 3:01.5, and Harry from Durham at 3:01.7. So Lewis just slots in 4th place at 3:01.9. So very, very tight at the top of the beginner men's event nationally. So this race due to start at 25 past, so you've got a few minutes to warm up. Five minutes, guys. 5 minutes. Okay, 3 minutes, guys. Just for information, we will be printing the results out and they will be stuck on the back wall. You'll get split results as well, so you can sort of see how your splits are. I think the plan is that after the last beginner men's race, we'll print all of the beginner results out, so you can sort of see how you've done and see your splits as well. Two minutes. Okay, guys, so make sure you have your supporter in place and everyone else, if you can clear the race floor. Pretty much ready to start this next heat. Just waiting for quite a few flywheels to clear here, so you can just relax for a few minutes until they've cleared off the screen. I've got 4 or 5 machines we're just waiting for. Okay, guys, we're ready to go. Pick up your handles. Pick up your handles. Okay, watch the screen for the start. Good clean start there by all 19 guys racing in this second heat. And the guys now sprinting away through the first phase. And we have Leon and Joe from Bristol and Bath getting out very quickly. But it's now Joe and Tom, both from Bath in lanes 5 and 14. Both going neck and neck with each other, holding the lead together jointly at 1:27 splits. But Tom in lane number 5 just slightly edging his teammate with a slightly lower split at the moment through the first phase. And these guys trying to work their way against that top score again from the first heat, their teammate Lewis. And currently in third place we have James from Exeter in lane 11, just 5 metres behind. And in fourth place Kyle from Bath in lane 18. So those 4 guys just opening up a bit of a gap. Good battle going on between the teammates Joe and Tom, and we now have James from Exeter joining that battle. But Joe from Bath in lane 14 holding on to a 2 metre lead as the guys come through 400 metres. So 1:28.9 splits. So Joe trying to pace himself to hold it under that 1:30 barrier for that 3-minute point. And he's doing a good job at the moment as those 2 guys now come through. 500 to go. They're working very well there. Joe and James. We have Bath from Exeter by 1 metre with just 400 metres to go now. So the guys in a bit of a tight battle here. Joe responding instantly to try and retake that lead. But they're dead level now at the front with 350 metres to go. Nothing between those 2 guys. Joe just retaking the lead from James, and it's a 3 metre gap with about 300 metres to go. So really tight racing between those 2 guys at the head of the field here. Joe just retaking the lead again. James responding. These guys pushing each other on with less than 250 metres to go. It's lane 14 and lane 11. Trading places with each other. Dead level with 200 to go. James from Exeter and Joe from Bath. Dead level. So at the moment the system cannot split these two guys. There's absolutely nothing between them. Racing through with 200 to go. 100 metres to go now. So James and Joe just that. Oh, really, really close between the two of them. Who's going to get there? 50 metres to go. Joe just 1 metre ahead. James trying to close that gap down. They're dead level again. 20 to go. Oh, James just sneaking in ahead there. 306.4 versus 306.6. Really, really tight racing there. And the other guys now sprinting through towards the end. They're working their way through the last few metres for these guys. Finishing off this race. We've got James now just working his way through the last phase. No, he's still going, so he's working his way through. Finishing it off. Good man. There we go. Big round of applause there for the two guys racing. Right at the front of the field, putting on a fantastic effort there. Okay, so we're going to start this next race in about 9 minutes time. 9 minutes. Now probably after this race we'll start just closing the gaps between races a bit, so that will mean that the schedule changes slightly, but obviously the races will run in the order, obviously just so people can get on with their racing. Okay, guys, about 5 minutes. 5 minutes. About 3 minutes, guys. 3 minutes. Okay, 2 minutes, guys. Get yourselves ready. Okay, guys, so just waiting for one machine to clear. Okay, we're good to go. So pick up your handles. Okay, everyone looks set. Watch the screen for the start.
Sit ready. Attention.
Good strong start here by these guys, getting out of the blocks very quickly. And it's Alistair from Bristol in lane 6, going off at 124s, 125s. Very low splits there for the first phase of racing. Already opened up a bit of a 10-metre gap on the rest of the field. Working well there, 126, 127s. 3 metres the gap then. So we've got Simon from Plymouth in lane 15 now, starting to try and challenge for the lead. Both those guys holding 128s. Simon, though, in lane 15, just sneaking ahead now with a 2-metre lead over Alistair from Bristol. And then we have Connor from Bath in lane 9, currently holding third place in a battle with Will from Bristol. But Simon, though, in lane 15, 128.4. So really trying to open up a bit of a gap. Alistair still there, just 4 metres behind him. As these guys now come through, 400 metres gone. Simon there in lane number 15, holding on to that 6-metre lead. Both those two guys really trying to open up a gap from the rest of the field as they come to the halfway point. Still trying to chase that top score there. So through the halfway point then, pretty much on par with the top times. Simon from Plymouth doing a really good job. It's whether or not he can hold that pace now for 450 metres or so. And he's doing a pretty good job at the moment as they come through 400. Alistair Knight from Bristol still holding that pretty secure second place from his teammate Will in lane number 17. And then Connor from Bath just in a bit of a battle for 4th place at the moment with a few guys chasing him down. Simon, though, 300 out, 128.5. He's still on target with 250 to go. So digging in deep in that last phase, really opening up a strong gap here. No, he's still at 128.5 with 200 to go. He's 27 metres to lead at the moment. Sprinting hard towards the end. 128.3, so he's accelerating towards the finish line. 128.2. Really pressing along here now with about 100 metres to go. 128.1. So really racing against the clock. It looks like he's going to dip under. 128, 127. So really pressing on here. An impressive score coming through the doors there. Simon from Plymouth. 255.7. So massive score there from Simon. And in second place we have a joint second place with Alistair from Bristol and John from Exeter. Dead level on 304.3. So fantastic result there. Massive score there from Simon from Plymouth. And the other guys now coming through. So a massive round of applause there. Well done to Simon, has set the standard nationally. Okay, so we have the final heat of the beginner men up on the screen. Obviously, these guys now know what the target is to beat. A very impressive score there from the last heat. So this race is due to start at 5:02.
Okay, this is your 5-minute warning for race 8, heat 4 of the beginners men. 5-minute warning, please, if you want to come towards the ergs now. I've actually listened to quite a lot of bumps commentary. You know bumps racing? And yeah. I've been in that.
So you're obviously at the college then. And
I've done Oxford and Cambridge.
oh, okay.
It's
I did the.
crazy.
I started running Sniper at 11. So,
Oh, nice. What results?
yeah. Literally, what
I did.
after this race? Yeah, I did the Cambridge City bumps with Rob Roy.
Oh, I've raced in those, but with
yeah.
Champs W3, so don't expect much. Was that the one that had Charles Cousins subbing in?
The one I did was, God, you've got to go back a long way, like sort of 2000 I did it.
Oh, okay.
So.
Can I just flick over to the race view just to get...
We'll wait until the race starts.
All right.
So. Yeah, so that was a long time ago. But we did have
Okay, 3-minute warning now for Heat 4 of beginners men. If you're racing in the next heat, please do feel free to warm up. Any problems, come and see us. No problems, see us anyway. We'll celebrate your lack of problems. What's the popping like? Is that a problem at all?
I'll probably edit the sound before I stick it on YouTube.
All right. Oh God, this is going on YouTube. Oh God.
Only your voice, only your voice. No one will be able to identify you. Unless you say your name.
I was going to say Heat 4 beginner men looked a bit...
Oh, join third.
Oh yeah, oh no. How many medals did he have?
That's good. Oh no, you just have to hope.
I hope someone comes to in my home.
Okay. We're on 54, so do we want to shut it down now, Gibby?
So all we'll do is so when the race starts, I'll switch the screen. So.
Stop rowing and prepare for the start.
Okay, so this is the final beginner men's heat.
Just coming up to the start now, we have the final heat of the beginner men's 1 kilometre. Okay, please pick up your handles, get ready to row. And just a reminder to all competitors, please just keep an eye on the screen now. And if you could just... yep, that's it. Okay.
Sit ready. Attention.
And they're away now in this, the final heat of the men's 1 kilometre, and it's a very, very strong start from all of our competitors with some really strong times being pulled. Immediately out of the start, Whitson Fay from UWI is away with a 1:32 split as they come through the first 100 metres. And Whitson Fay is now being challenged by Stafford, also from UE, sitting on 129.1, both of them, as they move through 150. Really strong showing from these two here as they come out of the start. Further down the field, we have Bristol, Bath and Exeter all sitting strong in those middle positions. Very little in the middle of the field now as they come through the first 250. And we're just starting to see now Stafford and Whitson Fay from UE starting to open out that gap as they stay sitting on 128, 129, opening that gap on the field now. But that middle of the field is really tight between Watts, Maslin, Wilkinson and Masfield from Exeter, UE, Bristol and Bath. It's a four-way tussle here. As we start to come through now towards 500 metres, going to be really interesting to see who makes the move here. Who's going to move in that third 250? Let's see. And it's Stafford, the only one in the field now, still holding that sub 130 split, sitting really strong and really tall, just opening out that lead now. And we're now really starting to see this race developing in a really interesting way. Stafford is sitting tall and opening out the gap. 14 metres on the lead now. Behind him, another 15 or so metres to Watts from Exeter, who is cementing that third place finish. Coming now in towards the last 250, and it is looking close in the middle of the field. You get the sense something's about to happen here coming into that final 250 metres. You can hear the Coxes now all in there screaming, all in. You can really see this now as they start to drive those legs down into the last 200. Still got Stafford from UE on 132 now, 134, 135 from his competitors, and we have got a fascinating final 200 metres opening up here. Further down the field, we have 145, 146 on the splits. They're really driving it on now, and we're coming right towards the line into the last 50 metres now for Stafford and Whitson Fay. Stafford looks like he's holding that lead right through to the line. And it is Ben Stafford from UE who wins this final heat in 133.6. Whitson Fay 135, Michael Watts 136. And the middle of the field coming through the line now. Still some really strong scores here. Mansfield crosses the line, 142. And now it's a Bath two-way and UE. And it's Andrews from Bath who just squeezes over that line now. And that is it. The results are in now. Congratulations to Ben Stafford from UE on the win in that final heat in a time of 3:07.1. Very close places 2 through 4. And then the field just opened out slightly, but commendable performances from all of our athletes in this, the final heat of the beginner men. So what you're seeing here are the overall results on the screen for those of you who are watching on YouTube or will be. Just a reminder to all competitors, we have tea, coffee and light refreshments available in the far corner of the room now. Very reasonably priced, many of which have been made by members of Exeter University Boat Club. Our next race will be at 12:20. Before then, we will have the medal ceremony for the beginner events. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, in a couple of minutes' time, we will have the medal ceremonies for the beginner events. So if we could have over here, please, Simon Poyle from Plymouth, Lewis Clare from Bath, Alistair Knight from Bristol, and John Peterson from Exeter for the men. For the women, we would be delighted to have the company of Jana Stucker from UI, Zara Mulholland from Bath, Rosie Watkins from Bristol, and Madeline Jano also. Sorry, those 3. My apologies. So Stucker, Mulholland, and Watkins, please. We have. So just a reminder, if the following people could join us, please. Jana Stucker from UE, Zara Mulholland from Bath, and Rosie Watkins from Bristol. In addition to Simon Poyle from Plymouth, Lewis Clare from Bath, Alistair Knight from Bristol, and John Peterson from Exeter. If you could all join us here at the commentary position, please. Thank you. And this is the 8-minute warning for all competitors racing in the next race, which is a mixed heat of lightweight women and men. 8-minute warning for that, please. Before that, though, we'll have the first medal ceremony of the day. So one final time, Simon Poyle from Plymouth, Lewis Clare from Bath, Alistair Knight from Bristol, and John Peterson from Exeter. If you could join us, please, as well as Jana Stucker, Zara Mulholland from Bath, and Rosie Watkins from Bristol. If you could join us here, please.
Okay, guys, so we're going to do the medals for the beginner events. So if we could have, obviously, we've already got Simon from Plymouth. If we could have Lewis from Bath. If we could have Alistair Knight from Bristol and John from Exeter. If you can come over to the sort of race control desk over here, that would be great. And then beginner women, if we can have Rosie Watkins from Bristol, Zara from Bath, and Jana from UE. So if you can come over to the sort of desk over here, we're going to do the medals for the beginner 1K events. And guys, you've got 5 minutes before we start the first lightweight race, so 5 minutes.
Okay, final call for Mr. Alistair Knight, please, from the University of Bristol. If you could come to us, please. Spy race control. That's Alistair Knight from Bristol. Okay, welcome to this, the first medal ceremony of the day here at Bucks Indoors. We're delighted to have with us here presenting the medals Lauren Fisher, an assistant coach from the GB rowing team who's currently working with the under-23 squads. Lauren, thank you very much for joining us today. So we will begin then with the beginner men. This was a very close set of races, in fact so close that we have a tie for the bronze medal position. So congratulations to John Peterson from Exeter, as well as Alistair Knight from Bristol, who both finished in a time of 3:04.3. Second place, we have Lewis Clare from Bath, finishing in 3:01.9. And our winner in the beginner men's 1K event was Simon Poyle from Plymouth in a time of 2:55.7. In the beginner women's 1 kilometre event, Rosie Watkins from Bristol came in third place with 3:35.8. In second place, Zara Mulholland from Bath in a time of 3:34.7. And Jana Stucker from UE in a barnstorming time of 3:22.6. So congratulations to all of our competitors. A reminder that we have 1 minute until our next race, which is our first lightweight event of the day. Okay, please pick up your handles, competitors. Okay, just watch your screens for the start procedure.
Sit ready. Attention.
And they're away in the first race this afternoon at Bucks Indoor. This is the mixed lightweight event. So on the screen now, you will see our lightweight women on the first half. On the bottom half of the screen, you will see our lightweight men. Just a reminder that as with all of our senior events today, the race distance is 2 kilometres. That's 2 kilometres is a departure from the 1 kilometre we had this morning. Some very strong scores coming off both the lightweight men and the lightweight women here out of the start. 137, 136 for the men, and 146 are currently leading in the men's and women's respectively. So as they come through for 1,800 metres then, we see Susanna Duncan from Exeter University Boat Club sitting tall, sitting ahead on 147.6 on the split. And as they come through the first minute, it's looking very interesting in the men's event as well. Real tussle here between Simonic from UWI and Amadi, also from UWI. They are matching each other stroke for stroke here. And as the athletes come through 1750, they're just starting to settle down onto that rhythm here. Again, 148 in the women's, 136, 137 in the men. Simonic and Amadi in the lightweight event are really taking this race by the horns. There's very little between these two here at this stage. In the lightweight women's race, it is looking like Susanna Duncan is establishing something of a lead. 9 metres between her and Izzy Lingard, also from Exeter, in second place. And you can see in the lightweight men's event now, we really have Amadi and Simonic who are sitting 5 seconds off their competitors on the splits there. They're really going for this stroke for stroke. Be really interesting to see whether they can hold this strong pace right through to the finish. All of our competitors now are through the 1,500 metre mark here. This is the second 500. Conventional 2K wisdom has it. This is all about setting up that rhythm. We're going to see here if that's what's going to happen or if someone is going to attack early in the second 500. As I look across the field here, we've got some really, really strong performances from all of our athletes here. The margin between the athletes here is notably smaller than it was in the beginning of events, which with the added experience may well be expected, but that's not to take anything away from the performances we saw earlier. If anything, what we're seeing here is a real inspiration to some people who might have started rowing just a couple of months ago. But in this event, we are really seeing some of the cream of the lightweight rowing talent in the southwest of England. Looking in the women, it is still Susanna Duncan who is sitting tall on a 148.7 split now. All of our competitors now through that 1250. For the lightweight men, they are just coming through the 1,000 metre to go mark now. They enter that third 500 as our lightweight women start to finish out that second 500. In this lightweight men's event, the story of Amadi and Simonic is still evolving here as they are now sitting an astonishing 7 or 8 seconds in split off their nearest competitors. It's going to be very interesting to see if they can hold this split right through to the end of the event. Duncan and Lingard in the lightweight women's event are looking remarkably consistent here. Their splits have remained really strong and really solid for the last 500 metres. Now that our lightweight women are into this third 500 metres, it's going to be very interesting to see if we're going to get any movement from further down the field. Looking at Dyson, Billy and Armstrong from Bristol, Plymouth and Exeter here, they're looking like they might be about to make a move. Let's see here how this develops. Looking further down the field here in the lightweight men, we have a real tussle in the middle of the lightweight men between 3 Exeter men here, Castrol, De Winton and Fensker, all sitting on similar splits, 142, 143. It's really nip and tuck between those two. But Castrol here looks like he's just got that 10-metre edge over De Winton. As now the lightweight men start to come in towards that final 500. We've not really seen command of this race change hands in the third 500, which you might have expected. We've still got Duncan and Lingard leading in the women, while in the men's event we have Amadi and Simonic who are still sitting up on their competition. in that men's event, it's looking like this final 500 is going to be a really interesting fight between these two UE rowers here. While Duncan in the women's event is still sitting far and away ahead of her competitors. She's got 30 meters on Lingard in lane 2. While in lane 5, Titson from Bristol is sitting in a strong, confident position by the look of things. Her split is one of the fastest in the field at this point. But those average splits for Romani and Simonic are still in the 137s, astonishingly here. Are they going to be able to hold this right through the event? Further down the field now, we're just starting to see that first few in the lightweight women starting to move away. While in the lightweight men, we've got Amadi and Simonic who have really taken this race from the start. As Umani and Simonic come up to the line now, they're into the last 100 meters, coming in towards the last 100 meters in the men. You're just hearing it now from the coaches, legs down, they're saying, legs down. And you really get the sense this race is going to come right down to the wire between Amadi and Simonic. Amadi in the lightweight men has 8 meters here on Simonic, and their average splits are half a second apart as they come in towards the line. Really taking it on now. And that's a win for Amadi for the lightweight men in 6:28, 6:29. Marek Simonic as the remainder of the field streaks towards the line in the lightweight men's event. Lightweight women now are into that last 200. Duncan still has that 40-meter lead over Lingard. But between Bealey and Armstrong further down the field, it is a phenomenally close tussle here. Castrol is through the line in the lightweight men's event, third in 6:54. 6:56 goes to De Winton, also from Exeter. Duncan and Lingard now coming in towards the last 200, last 100 meters. It's looking like Duncan is going to take this for Exeter, sitting on a 148 average split here. And there she is. Duncan is through the line in 7:15.9 as Lingard drives towards the line here for Exeter. Is it going to be an extra 1-2 in the lightweight women's event? It is. 7:26.7 for Izzy Lingard, also from Exeter. And this race is still looking really competitive further down the field as well. Tishon is through for Bristol. And now it's Bealey and Armstrong streaking towards that line here. Lane 7 and lane 3. Are they going to come sub 8 minutes on this one? Yes, they are. Comfortably. 7:53, 7:54 for Bealey and Armstrong from Plymouth and Exeter. And Natalie McNally from Bristol is through the line in 8:15.7. Imogen Lang now from Exeter really driving towards that line. Let's give her a hand, guys. Press it on as she comes towards it. And that is it, the conclusion of this, the first lightweight event of the day. As we look through the results here, we're going to see a strong performance from Duncan for Exeter and Simonic from UE in the lightweight men's event. That lightweight men's event really did see Simonic on the strongest average split, but Simonic and Castrol really took this race on quite strongly. So we're seeing here the results from the first lightweight women's heat. So in this heat, also doubling as the final event today for the lightweight women, we have Susanna Duncan with a clear win in 7:15.9. Strong performances further down the field as well, with a really close tussle between Bealey and Armstrong. 7:53, 7:54 there. Okay, and our next race will be starting in just over 15 minutes' time. This will be the second heat of the lightweight men's event. Just a message to all competitors in race 10, heat 2 of the men's lightweight events. We're planning or considering starting this event slightly early, given us how we're running ahead of time. If any of you have any objections to that, if you could just let it be known to us now just by raising your hand. Okay, in that case, we will be starting this race slightly ahead of time at 12:45. Therefore, this is your 5-minute call. All competitors in race 10, lightweight men heat 2, 5 minutes to race start. We have a slight delay in the start. We're going to be starting at about 12:47. 12:47. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Okay, competitors, please take your handles. And watch your screens for the start procedure.
Set ready. Attention.
And they're away in this now. This is race 10 of the day, the second and final heat of the lightweight men's event. And off the start, the lead is really changing hands very, very quickly here. We have Roby, Martin, and Powell all in strong positions off the start. 134 through 138 on the splits there. It really is nip and tuck further down the field. There's very little here separating our final few competitors here. No one sitting below mid 140s on the splits. Some really strong starts here from these lightweights. The term lightweight, of course, here denoting that all of our competitors have had to weigh in before this event started. Winter weight for lightweight is 75 kilos. So with that in mind, some of the times that we're seeing here, some of the scores are really phenomenal physiologically. And it's still Martin here as we come through towards 650, who is sitting on a 136.8 average split, starting to take the lead here over Powell and Roby. But again, there really is relatively little to separate the field at this early stage in the race. Starting to see the athletes now just stepping onto that rhythm. But Martin, whether he's not stepped yet or whether he's just got a very strong base pace, is starting to open out a slight lead as he's sitting 2 seconds under on that split. So whether Martin just has a very strong base pace or whether he's not quite settled yet, we will see. For now, it's nip and tuck between Roby and Powell in lane 5 and lane 18 for that second place position. And it's looking like a real battle here. 2 through 7. There's very little to separate here, these crews. It's a matter of meters at the moment. Martin from Bath is still sitting on that 137 split. He has got a 12-meter lead here over Rosen and Roby in lanes 3 and 5, who are starting to look as if they're taking this race by the horns. Are they going to manage to row through him, row through Martin in that third 500? Time will tell. But for now, it is still Martin from Bath on that 137.6 split, sitting 12 metres up on Rosen. All of our crews now just coming through that 1,200 metre mark. Just get the sense again, like in lightweight women, that something's going to happen here in the third 500 metres. And positions 2 through 5, as they were at the start, are very, very tight. Remarkably close on the splits here. Through our 20 competitors, average splits are within 8-9 seconds. It's a very close, very interesting race here. As Martin for Bath Uni, our leader here, sitting on a 138.0 split, goes through the 1,000 meters, swiftly pursued by Rosen and Roby from Bristol and Exeter. All of our crews now through the 1,000 meters. This is where it really hurts. That third 500 meter on a 2K erg is where you've really got to dig deep. Just take it stroke by stroke and drive those legs down here. That is exactly what we're seeing here from these athletes in this race. Race 10 of Bucks Indoors at Exeter University. Now we're starting to see the calls from the coxes coming in. Most of these rowers here will have someone next to them just shouting, giving instructions, helping them to execute that race plan they may have devised beforehand. And we're starting to see here, Martin and Rosen are still in the lead here, Bath and Bristol here. But that gap on the splits has tightened now. We have all of our competitors sub 145 on the splits. Just over 500 meters to go, and in that second 500, we've started to see Clements and Roby really battling with each other here in that 4th and 5th position. Absolute nip and tuck between these two. 0.1 second on the splits, 140.3 and 130.4. This is a green-on-green battle here for 4th and 5th. And the question now is Rosen going to move on Martin? Because he's closed that gap to 3 meters into the final 500 meters. 2 meters now. And behind Rosen, we have Slingsby from Bristol, who is just 5 meters off him here. They are all within 0.4 seconds of each other on the split. And the noise in this hall now is absolutely immense. You really get the sense that these crews have got a lot riding on this, whether it's Bucks Points or Pride. And now we have Martin from Bath, who has moved on Rosen. Rosen and Martin, it is nip and tuck here as they come into this final 250. This is shaping up to be one of the tightest races of the day. Lightweight events are often very technical. People underestimate the amount of raw power that these rowers can put down. And we're seeing that now with 139.1, 139.2 on the splits. Let's get on 140, they're saying, and they are moving. All of these rowers are really driving the legs on now as they come through the last 250. Empty the tanks now. This is where they really put it on. You can see nearest to the camera here, we have Martin from Bath in lane 1, who is just holding on in that lead position. But he is being chased down by Rosen in lane 3 and Slingsby in lane 2. It's astonishing, really. We have the 3 clear leaders here on the 3 ergs nearest to us. And down towards the line, it's just going to be nip and tuck. We're going to have to wait and see what the system shows us here. It is stroke for stroke, nip and tuck into the line. Martin in lane 1, Rosen in lane 3 are stroke for stroke. Oh, and that is a close finish. We have Martin who finishes first in 6:36.6. 0.4 seconds later, Rosen, then it's Slingsby, Roby, Bold, Clements for Exeter. Bennett, Smith, Taylor, Sadler all through now. And as the rest of the field comes through the line, we have had some astonishing performances in this, the second lightweight men's event and the final lightweight event of today. So in that Roby and Clements duel we spoke about earlier, it's looking like Roby just edged it with a 3-second margin. But still, all through that field, we have some astonishing performances here. And here we have the results from the second race of the lightweight men. Just a reminder that we're also seeing here the results from the first heat that we had a little while ago. So we have Amadi sitting in a very strong position here, 6:28.3, and Simonik, both from that first race, sub 6:30. We're planning to start the next race, which is race 11, Open Women Heat 1, early again at 3:10. That's 10 minutes ahead of the scheduled time. If you have any objections to that, please do come and see us at race control before 1 o'clock. If we don't hear from you, then we will plan to start the next event, the first heat of the Open Women, at 1:10 rather than 20 past. Okay, this is to confirm now, that the next race, race 11, my apologies, will start at 10 past as opposed to 20 past as originally advertised. So that's 10-minute warning now for all athletes competing in race 11. 10 minutes. This is the 5-minute warning now for all athletes competing in race number 11, which is running 10 minutes ahead of schedule, as mentioned earlier. 5 minutes for all athletes in the next race, please.
So drag for this should be at 130. 130 for the drag. 130.
Okay, please take up your handles. So please just take up your handles now. And just watch your screens for instructions on the start.
Set ready. Attention.
And this is race 11 here. This is the first open women's event of the day. This is looking remarkably like a red and green event. It is a Bristol-Exeter duel here. We only have these two clubs competing in this first event. Out of the blocks, it is Sally Ingram in lane 1 for Bristol, who pulls off at a 1:43 split. But off the start, Samantha Over has started to move back remarkably quickly here as they come through 1,800 meters to go. She is sitting 3 seconds off her nearest competitor at 1:42.7 on the split. Further down the field, it's a fairly even split here. We have Exeter occupying most of the positions 2 through 7, with Bristol by and large sitting in the second half. We'll be interested to see whether they can start to move as we come through that first 500. And as Samantha Over here starts to stretch out her lead to 18 meters here, we're starting to see that real duel opening up now further down the field. At the moment, it's Bradley and Taylor, both from Exeter, who are sitting on remarkably similar splits, and the lead is just changing hands stroke for stroke at the moment between those two ladies. Into the second 500 meters now, then we can see Over from Exeter in lane 14, stretching out that lead. She's on a 1:45 split now, 5 seconds off her competitors. But Ackert in lane number 11 is facing some strong competition here from Taylor and Bradley in lanes 4 and 3, respectively. 151.4 for both of those two ladies here as they come through the 1400 meter mark. And this is looking like it's going to be a really, really interesting race here as the first crews in this event come towards that 12:50 marker. That's 12:50 meters remaining for these ladies now. And we're starting to see the race just pan out in 3 distinct phases. We have Over at the start, who's established a fairly commanding lead at this stage. Chasing her, we have Bradley, Taylor, and Ackert, all from Exeter, that triumvirate of green there. And then we have, through her, Kickham through Asmundsen in that second pack, chasing down Taylor, Bradley, and Ackert. Chasing them down in turn, we have this very interesting four-way duel between Mbessa Kinner for Bristol, Tongui for Bristol, Marshall for Bristol, and Hughes for Bristol as well. And further down the field, not discounting any of our further competitors, we have Carter, Harding, and Hughes, who are really driving on strongly here as they too come through that 12:50 marker. And as Samantha Oga for Exeter comes through that 1,000 meters, she's first through in about 3:42, so a strong time from her. Meanwhile, further down the field, we've started to see a move here. So we've got Taylor and Bradley still chasing down Over. Exeter at the moment occupying all 6 of the top places in this event. Further down the field, though, they are being really chased down hard by Bristol. You're getting the sense that Bristol is starting to move here in this event. And again, all of these splits are fairly similar. We've got 10-second gap between each of these average splits so far. So there is really relatively little stroke for stroke to separate these athletes. It's just that consistency over the 1,000 meters that we're starting to see now. And in this third 500, we're going to see who's going to attack here, who's going to take this race by the horns. As this first half of the field comes through, 750 metres to go barrier. It's looking like Over in lane 14 is still sitting in a fairly commanding position. She's settled on a strong split of 151.3, while further down the field, again, you have to go quite far down to separate these ladies because the average splits are, again, remarkably close. But 2 through 7, you're starting to see a fairly clear order developing here as Taylor leads Bradley, who leads Thomas, who leads Ackert, who leads Kickham. Gaps are starting to open up between these girls now, and Over is really looking like, as she comes into the last and final 500 meters, it's looking like she might take this, but Taylor is looking like she's starting to move. This is looking interesting now. She's on 13 meters here. She's starting to close that gap, and I just wonder whether she can come through in time to take this. Again, the winning time from the last event was 7:15, so that's what these girls have got to have in mind. It'll be very, very interesting to see if any of them can take this. Taylor and Over are really battling it out stroke for stroke here as Taylor's average split just comes down stroke by stroke. She's within 9 meters now of Over, so it's really looking like this is going to be a close finish as they come towards 250 meters. Further down that field, those 3 packs we spoke about earlier have started to move now into a more linear pattern. So you have a fairly consistent pattern in this race now. You have a fairly clear set of who is leading who. It's just going to be a question of who's kept that little something in the locker for the final 250 meters. And it's looking like it might be Taylor who's kept a little back in this race. Over is still sitting on the strongest average split. But Taylor has taken it back to 4 meters now. And you wonder whether she can come through on this. but Over looks like she's dug a little deep. She's taken 0.1 off her average split as they come through 7 minutes now. In towards the last 100 meters as they really get ready now to drive the legs on, send it home and finish this off strong. And it's looking like none of them are going to break the 7:15 barrier, but we have some fierce times, some fierce looks here as we come through the final line. It's nip and tuck, Over and Taylor. Over's taken the lead back from Taylor, but this is stroke for stroke and a really tight finish here. Oh, and we have a tie for first place in this heat. But as the rest of the field come through the line, it's looking like it's going to be a very interesting duel between Dembinska, Kinner for Bristol and Asmundsen for Bristol as well, matching stroke for stroke. Kick him through the line for Exeter in 7:49.6. And Dembinska Kenner from Bristol just pips Asmundsen by 1.3 seconds as our final few competitors press on through the line. We are planning on starting race 12, the second heat of the Open Women, 5 minutes early at 1:45. Any objections to that, please come and see us by 1:30. Unless we hear otherwise, please plan for this event to start at 1:45. That's race 12, Open Women, heat 2. This is to confirm that race 12, heat 2 of the Open Women, will start 5 minutes ahead of schedule at 1:45. Competitors in race 12, this is your 15-minute warning. And a reminder to all of our visitors today, the refreshment stand is currently open, serving tea, coffee and a range of light refreshments, including custom Bucks cupcakes, which I've heard at least one person so far describe as, quote, really awesome and very cute. All competitors racing in race 12. This is your 5-minute warning. The race will be starting 5 minutes ahead of schedule at 1:45. 5-minute call, competitors in race 12. Okay, if you could pick up your handles, please, competitors. Just take up your handles now. And watch the screen for start instructions. And with that, race 12 of today here at Bucks Indoors at the University of Exeter is underway. It's a remarkably full field on this race number 12, the second heat of the Open Women's event here today. We have all of the clubs here represented in a really big crowd watching this event. You just sense there's so much interest in this, the second Open Women's event of the day. And Olusanya from Exeter has taken this race by the horn. She's moved out as they come through the first 250 on a 1:39 split. As the field comes through, that's 1750 now. This is where we usually start to see the crews just starting to step onto that rhythm now. We'll see if anyone takes that risk of holding it on for a fraction longer. All into that second minute now. This Open Women's event, one of the most interesting events of the day. I think we have a lot of very promising young athletes in the mix here today. And among those, you have Olusanya from Exeter, who is again sitting 6 seconds on an average split up on her competitors on a 1:40 split, something many of the Open men would be proud of. Further down the field, it's very, very close from Flynn through Pope. They're very tight, sort of 3 through 10 here. Really very little separating those. Matter of meters here. Olusanya is really moving away now. She has taken 30 meters through the first 500 meters on Stucker here from UE. Stucker, of course, having raced earlier in the beginner women's 1 kilometer event here, doubling up today in this, her second race of the day. And all these crews now have stepped onto that rhythm. You can just see that here. They've come away from the 1:37, 1:38 splits. They're sitting on 1:41 through 1:58 here. All some strong and respectable splits here from these Open women. Very, very strong athletes here who are starting to come through the 750 meter mark. 12:50 to go here, and it is still Olusanya for Exeter, who is sitting 5 seconds up on the average split on her competitors. Further down the field, we have a four-way duel between Ward, Pillage, Davies and Stone. Plymouth, Exeter, Bristol and Exeter again here. 5 metres separating those four who are looking in this fourth 250 to chase down the leaders here, Stuck and Olusanya. But it is looking like Pillage, Davies, Ward and Stone are really starting to move away as their own unit here. Behind them, we have Lovett and Flynn, who are engaged in a stroke-to-stroke battle here. Very little separating these two athletes from Bristol and Plymouth. Further down the field, we have Batchelor, Rappaport, Parish and Stoker, who are all in tight competition with each other. Olusanya now through 1,000 metres, staying on the rhythm. Her Cox is shouting at her, and she is still moving. She's really stolen a march on this race here as she comes through at 1:43 pace now. Behind her, 46 metres, 1:47.5 on her split. Jana Stucker doubling up in this. A very strong performance from Stucker, particularly given us how she's already raced once today. Behind her again, that chasing pack of Pillage, Davies, Wardstone and Pope is starting to move out from the field here. They are starting to make this race their own. The question now in this, as they move through 750 to 500 metres remaining, is whether any of the people further down this order, I'm looking at Denham, Rappaport, Batchelor, Parish, whether they can start to make a move up the field here. So far today, we've not really seen all that many athletes come back from positions further down the field. The winning athletes have very much dominated the races from the start, but I wonder whether this might be the time when we start to see an athlete coming through, and it's looking like Ward and Pillage might be making a slight move here. Pillage has struck out from that chasing pack. She is now cementing a position in third place. Olusanya is still leading on first on a 143.4 split now. Olusanya is here through 600 meters ready. She is chasing down very solidly that last 500 meters. She's going to come through the last 500 meters first. Behind her, Stucker has broken clear of Pillage, Lovett and Ward. And Sean Olusanya comes through 500 meters first into that last quarter of the race now. You can really see her just driving the legs on. All of these athletes here really putting it on the line, emptying the tanks, as Coxes up and down the southwest will have said. Emptying the tanks, really putting it down here in the last 500 meters. And a lot of noise being made here for Olusanya and Exeter in lane 1 as she continues to stretch out what must surely now be an insurmountable lead over Stucker, Lovett and Pillage. But Lovett and Pillage are still nip and target, stroke for stroke. They are matched on their rate, they are matched on their splits. Almost all of our athletes now through the 500 meters. Razu for Bath is through the 500 meters on a strong 202.1 split. The finish line is now in sight of these athletes, and we have got a clear leader here in Olusanya. Behind her, it's looking like it's going to be Stucker in second place. Lovett and Pillage still battling stroke for stroke as they come towards the line. Behind them, Ward and Pope, and there is an immense amount of noise being made here for Olusanya and Stucker. You can hear here the amount of noise that the supporters, the Coxes, the athletes themselves are putting down as Olusanya drives through the line. Is she going to come sub-7? That's the question here. She pushes on. Is Olusanya? Yes, she is! Olusanya goes sub-7 in 6:56.8. Astonishing performance from Sean here in lane 1. 7:07 Stucker in her second race of the day comes through strong. Lovett and Pillage looking like Lovett might have this here. In lane 7 she takes it over Pillage in lane 2. Nip and tuck again here for places 5 through 9, and it is a dead heat between two of our athletes here further down the field. Now we have Flanagan, Batchelor and Angel coming up towards the line. It's close between Flanagan and Batchelor. Flanagan just edges this here. 2 seconds in it there. Further down the field we still have athletes really driving on towards the line. Just Razzle here from Bath, pressing it on really strong here into the last few meters as she presses it out. And that was race 12, Open Women's Heat 2. That heat was won by Olusanya in a very strong time of 6:56.8. So Exeter take the top spot in that heat, followed by UE, Bristol and Plymouth. We are currently planning to start race 13, the first heat of the Open Men, 5 minutes ahead of schedule. That will be at 2:15 as opposed to 2:20 as first advertised. Any objections to that, please come and see us here at the commentary position by 2 o'clock. Thank you. This is to confirm that race 13, the first heat of the Open Men, will start 5 minutes early at 2:15 as opposed to 2:20 as originally advertised. Competitors in race 13, this is your 15-minute warning.
Athletes competing in race 13, this is your 10-minute warning. Also, an piece of information for people who have completed. The results for the open women will shortly be available for viewing, and they will be on display by the registration area in the far corner. competitors in race 13. This is your 5-minute warning. Race 13, 2-minute warning, 2 minutes. Okay, competitors, please take up the handles. And remember to watch your screen for instructions on the start. And they're underway here in this, the 13th race today and the second last of our open drawn events. This is, of course, the open weight men's event. Going off the start, it was Joe Davies from Bristol who came out with the highest rate, but it's looking like Tom Richards from Exeter has stepped onto this one, coming with through the first 200 metres now. Tom Richards on 136.3 average split here. Starting as striker lead out against Evans and Shaw, also from Exeter. But Carl Cox from Bristol here, as they come through the first 250, has broken through that Exeter four-way into the top five. So it's Exeter, Exeter, Bristol, Exeter, Exeter here as we come through towards 1650. Still relatively little to separate here, the first five athletes in this race here. It's a matter of seconds between these five now. We have Richards starting to cement a lead, but still only 4 metres up on Evans. Behind him we have Shaw, Shigong and Cox, all from Exeter, with Cox leading on from Bristol. Cox leading a Bristol chasing pack of 5 or 6 here. It's looking like Exeter have cemented those top 4 places, but it is still nip and tuck between Shaw and Cox. So Richards now from Exeter, who's sitting in the lead on a 138 average split in lane 5, but he is being challenged strongly as they come through 1400 metres into this second 500 by Evans, also from Exeter. And it is Exeter at the moment occupying positions 1 through 4 in this, the first heat of the Open Men's event at Bucks Indoor at Exeter University. And it's looking like Alden, Cox, Shaw, Shirog and Evans are starting to strike a march on the rest of the field here. They're starting to move out and ahead. Alden in lane 7 has got 12 metres on Davies in lane 8. It's looking like those 5 are going to be challenging for the medal positions, but it's still very early in this race. All to play for as they finish out the second 500 metres. And indeed, we're now seeing Cox starting to move. Stroke for stroke with Alden, they are coming through the 1100 together. And Evans now, I'm wondering whether Evans is trying to move through the 1000 here, because he is 2 metres behind Richards here. Lane 13 is closing on lane 5. Exeter, 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 Bristol through the top 5 here as the crews come through that 1000 metre marker. Looking down the field here, one of the things we can really see is the length that these athletes are using. They're really driving it on, and they're really using every little bit of that body swing that they can here. We've seen here all of the athletes, none of them striking particularly high, none of them in the 40s, but we have got some really strong length here. And what we're seeing here is a lot of consistency through these athletes. As Richards and Evans continue this duel, really, it is a duel for this top spot. But Shilog from Exeter as well is nipping at Evans' heels. There's very little between these athletes here at this stage in the race as they come through the 750 metres to go mark. in what appears to be a pattern today. We have got some consistency on the average splits here. Relatively little separating them on the average splits, very little indeed. But we're still seeing Evans and Richards striking out. Behind them, Shigog and Shaw of Exeter. It's looking like those top three of Evans, Richards and Shigog are really moving away now. But behind them, Shaw, Cox and Alden, Exeter, Bristol and Bristol are establishing that chasing pack. And as Archie Scott in lane 10 for Bristol comes through the 500 metres to go marker, this race has really separated into two three-way duels. We've got Evans, Richard and Shigog from Exeter fighting it out for that first place. And then behind them we have Cox, Shaw and Alden chasing up in second place. It's looking like it might be a challenge now for Cox, Shaw and Alden to break into that bronze medal position, but it is all to play for here as Evans, Richard and Shigog look to be the first across that line in this, the first heat of the Open Men at Exeter. And Evans, Richard and Shigog are through the 250 metres to go marker with very little to separate them here. Of course, those athletes who are racing in the second heat today are going to be watching this, just wondering whether they need to worry about these times, because they are some very strong times coming through 250 here for these Open Men. Very early in the season, of course. A lot of these athletes have a lot of development still to go. They have a lot of power still in the legs. But for now, here at Bucks Indoor, all of the power they've got is going on the legs right now. And you can see as they come to the line, Evans, Richards and Shigog driving onto it, really moving now. Those average splits are dropping, and it's looking like Evans might make it through sub 640. Let's see how this one pans out. Yes, Evans is through in 637.9. Richard and Shigog from Exeter also sub 640. Alden from Bristol just picks Cox also for Bristol, with James Shaw coming in 5th, 6th in this race here, as Scott and Young drive on towards the finish here. So a very strong showing there from all of our athletes, but it's looking like we have that Exeter trio of Evans, Richard and Shigog just taking bronze, silver and gold in this, what is the first of two heats. So a reminder that we also have half of the field still to race here. That next race is currently planned to go off at 2:45. Any objections to this race starting slightly earlier than the scheduled time of 2:50? Please come and see us as soon as possible. Two announcements here. The first one to all those racing in race 14, Heat 2 of the Open Men. We are planning on starting even earlier at 2:40. Those of you on the UIRS, any objections to that, please raise your hands now. Okay, we'll start racing in that case at 2:45 as mentioned earlier. So that is staying at 2:45 for a start time. The second announcement is that the refreshment stand now has chili jacket potatoes. That's chili as in spicy, not cold. We would strongly recommend you go and eat them because they are absolutely lovely. Not that I'm biased or anything. Just to confirm then, that is 2:45 for the start of the next race, which will be race 14, Heat 2 of the Open Men. Competitors in event number 14, this is your 10-minute warning. Race 14 will start in just over 5 minutes' time. If you are supporting, that is plenty of time for you to go and grab some food from our refreshments kiosk. One final reminder to competitors, the drag factor on this event should be 138. That's 138. competitors in race 14, this is your 1 minute warning. 1 minute. All competitors, please take up your handles and watch your screens for instructions on the start. And away in this, the final race in the draw of today. Of course, we have some team and mixed relays after this event. But there's a sense here watching this event that this is one of the events that the crowd has really come to see. This is the second and last of the open men's 2 kilometre events. And out at the start, we have Moe from Exeter, who's starting to move strongly, but he's matched by Alan from Bristol. Both of these two men here sitting on 132, 133 splits as the entire field just flies through the first 150 metres. We have a very full field in this, the second and last event, including Amari from UI, who of course has already raced once in the beginner event earlier today. Off the start now, it's nip and tuck here between Stroud, Mothers and Moe, with Lewis from Bath nipping at their heels as well. As they come through 1 minute 15 seconds, and Mathers takes it through 1600 metres to go. But again, perhaps surprisingly, all through this field, we only have 28 metres between first and last place. This is a close race that we're seeing developing here. Second 500, are we going to see anything interesting in the second 500? Are we going to see one of these athletes start to try and steal a march on their competition? Well, at the moment, it's still Mathers and Stroud who are leading this event, but Lewis and Raymond has come up here from Bristol. Raymond is sitting dead level with Lewis in 4th place. In fact, he's now moved to 3rd. Like a promising second 500 from this Bristol athlete here. The field is now just starting to widen out as our leaders come through the 1300 to go marker. It's still Mathers in the lead here. 0.4 of a second on his average split. Further down the field again, in position 7 through 13, there's very little to separate Moe, Horsford, Heslop, England, Pickford. It's looking like any one of these might be getting ready to prep a move in that third 500. Let's see. But up at the top end of the field, it's Mathers and Stroud who are starting to move away. They're just pressing away from Raymond, who is not letting them go that easily though. We have Raymond, Lewis and Gwenter now in positions 3 through 5, who are looking remarkably strong, still pressing it on and still holding firm and holding strong. As the first of our athletes now start to come through the 1000-metre marker, this is the third 500. This is where it might start to hurt really, and they've got to press on, press strong and squeeze through here. Stroke to stroke really in this third 500. This is in many cases where the race is decided. And Stroud has started to move out into the lead now over Mathers from Exeter. Stroud has got 2 metres, but it is nip and tuck here. You get the sense that anything could happen here as the field comes through. 900 metres to go. It's very easy coming out of this event just to think, oh, 1 second, 2 second here could have made a difference. But the amount of mental toughness that an event like this requires really does surprise even the most seasoned athletes here. And we're seeing some very disciplined performances from all of our athletes here. The average splits are remarkably consistent across the field once more here. And again, that middle of the field, as we come through 750 metres to go, is looking remarkably tight. England all the way through Murray here, we have a very, very close field. And one of those might be just about to make a move into the final 500. At the top end of the field, though, as we come through that 500 metres to go, we have Stroud and we have Gwenter who are striking out and who are starting to look like they might stake a claim. They're the only two in this race now with sub 135 average splits, 0.8 and 0.9 respectively. The race really is those twos to lose now, but the question is, who is going to take the gold here in this final heat of the day? Remember, of course, we have some very, very strong time posted from the heats earlier today. That previous heat of the open men has really let these guys get fired up. They've got a time in their minds now. They know that they've got to move on the legs now. This is where they've got to move if they want to get on the podium here today at Bucks Indoor at Exeter University. And it is nip and tuck between Gwenter and Stroud. There is nothing to separate these two athletes now. Behind them we have Mathers, Raymond, Lewis, England and Horsford all in close proximity. And chasing them, Watkinson, Horsford again, Pickford, Murray and Jones are all within a couple of lengths. As the field comes through the final 250 metres now, you can really hear the crowd making some noise, pressing these athletes on as they empty the tank once more. 134.7 here from our leaders. And it's looking like this is where the athletes have really got to dig deep. The finish line is in sight now, but the amount of pain these athletes are feeling, it's going to be nothing compared to the elation they'll get if they cross this line first. And it's Gwenter and Stroud, stroke for stroke. I cannot call this race here. It is so tight between these two. And it is Gwenter who comes through first from Bath University. 6:17.4 from him. Third place, oh, that's close. 0.1 of a second. Mathers from Exeter takes it over Raymond of Bristol for the bronze medal position. But again, the speed at which these athletes are finishing shows just how close this event is, just how high the standard is in this, as it has been in all of the open events so far today. So in that second heat then we have a win for Gwenter from Bath in 6:17.4 and a very commendable second place position from Stroud from Bristol. Now all we have to do is to wait and see how those results compare to the results from the earlier heat. It's going to be a tense wait here for all of our athletes. the results for the lightweight men, lightweight women, openweight men and openweight women have been processed. Could we please have the following people over? Could we please have the following people over to race control for the medal ceremony? In the lightweight men, Amadi from UE, Simonik from UE, and Martin from Bath. In the lightweight women, Susanna Duncan from Exeter, Izzy Lingard from Exeter, and Tishton from Bristol. In the open women, Olusanya from Exeter, Stucker from UE, who I believe has already received her medal, and Lovett from Bristol. And in the open men, Gwenter from Bath, Stroud from Bristol, and Raymond also from Bristol, please. Could all of those people please come over to our position as soon as possible? Thank you. We will be starting the medal ceremony for the senior lightweight and openweight events in a couple of minutes' time. After that, I would like to call your attention to the first of the relays slash other events that we have coming up this afternoon. The first of which is the 500 meter Cox's Sprint. Looks like it might be an interesting event to watch here. We have 6 Exeter Coxes who are competing. And I've just been informed that the scores for the open men are also now available in the corner by the registration desk for viewing. second call for the medal winners for the senior event. So if we could have the following people over here by the recording station and camera, please. Marty, Simonik and Martin for the lightweight men. For the lightweight women, Duncan, Lingard and Pearson. For the openweight men, Gwenta, Stroud and Raymond. And for the open women, Olusanya, Stuka and Lovett. Okay, in a slight change to the program order, we are going to continue with the racing for this afternoon before we do the medal ceremonies. So the first race of the final part of today is the 500 metre Cox's Sprint. Rowers, this is your opportunity to come and shout at the people who usually shout at you. Okay, so competitors in this 500 metre relay, please come onto the racing ergs now.
Okay, so can we have the Coxes come forward for their 500 metre sprint race? Obviously, following this race, we'll be moving straight on to the team relays. So for the team relays, we'll be doing the men's events first. There will be 2 heats. I probably need maybe someone from Bristol just to confirm how many men's teams you have. So if someone from Bristol Uni can just come over and confirm how many men's relay teams you have, that would be useful. And then obviously the women's relay will be the last race of the day. 500 metres sprint for the Coxes. Yeah, if I could ask for a representative from Bristol Uni to just come and let us know how many relay teams you have. Okay, so we have a 500 metre sprint race then. Yeah, drag factor at 215, 300. Okay, so 500 metre sprint then, and then following this we'll be moving on to the team relays. The Coxes are all ready. Okay, pick up your handles, watch the screen for the start.
Sit ready. Attention.
Oh, they all get away here in this first phase. It looks like Ed in lane 4 has got the early lead over Will in lane 1. And in lane 5 we have Imogen holding 3rd place currently. Through the first 100 metres it's Ed in lane number 4 at 42 splits. Holding on to a 10 or so metre lead over Will in lane 1. And we have Imogen leading the girls in lane number 5 currently, but Nancy in lane 3 challenging for that 3rd place as they come up to 300 metres to go. Edward in lane number 4 holding on to a 13 metre lead over Will in lane number 1. With Imogen in the girls' race just 1 metre ahead of Nancy and now drawn level with 250 metres to go. So the 2 girls neck and neck in lanes 3 and 5. Very, very tight between those 2. Nothing to split them at the moment. And they have 200 metres left. Ed in the boys' race in lane 4. Leading now in the final 120 metres. With Will in lane 1, 24 metres behind. Imogen and Nancy still neck and neck for that 3rd place, trading positions. All the way down to the wire here with 110 metres left. Ed now coming into the final 50 metres to the line. So he's going to take the victory here in lane number 4. With Will in lane 1 holding that 2nd place. Imogen just maybe slightly ahead of Nancy, but very, very tight between the 2 of them. Maybe a metre in it for 3rd place. As they now both come up to the end here. Who's going to take that 3rd place? Imogen just ducks under there to take that 3rd place. And Sophie now coming up in lane 2. So a big round of applause there for the Coxes.
And the next race will be the men's team relay.
Okay, so I just wanted to confirm at the moment the information we have 5 mixed teams from Exeter Racing and 1 mixed team from Bristol Racing. That will be the next race. Okay, so the mixed relay is the next race. So we should have, at the moment we have 5 teams from Exeter and we have 1 team from Bristol to race in the mixed relay. So to confirm the lane order for the mixed relay, we will have Exeter 1 in lane 1, well it's actually in order here, Exeter 2 in lane 3, Exeter 3 in lane 5, Exeter 4 in lane 7, Exeter 5 in lane 9, and Bristol 1 will be in lane 11. So mixed relay teams, you want to find your machine, start warming up, mixed relay teams. Bearing in mind that if you are doubling up in the relays, bear in mind that the men's relay is after this race. Just so you know. The men's relay will actually be spanning 2 heats. And then the last race of the day will be the women's relay. Guys, we'll give teams 5 minutes. So to confirm, the race on the screen is the mixed team relay. This race is the mixed team relay. The men's race has just been redrawn.
Okay, team relay contestants, this is your 1 minute warning. 1 minute. First rowers, please get on the machines now. Watch it. Wait for it. Go see if I can time it. Okay, could each team just raise a hand, any member, just to show me that they're ready, please? This is the opposite of normal race start rules. Okay, good. Watch your screens for the start. Here we go. And away here in this one is one of the final races of today. We have a 5 Exeter and 1 Bristol team here. This one is going to be very interesting to watch, particularly around the changeovers. And out of the start here we have Exeter 1. With Exeter's own Angus on the erg here, driving it down, sitting on a 123 split here, but chased up by Bristol 1, who are putting a very strong performance. The question here is, which teams, of course, have front-loaded their race, which teams have back-loaded it? Have they even thought at all about the order in which their team members are going to erg? Which teams are going to try and establish a dominant position? Which teams are waiting? Only time will tell. And the first 250-metre interchange is completed here. And it's looking like Bristol there had a rather slower changeover than they would have liked. Exeter 1 are still in the lead here, still sitting strong. Exeter 3 and Exeter 4 seem to be struggling slightly. Although Exeter 4 are now starting to move pretty strongly. They're taking a metre out every stroke or so, more or less. Exeter 4 now moving through Exeter 3 fairly convincingly here, as their average split just drops. Meanwhile, we have Exeter 1 here, who are still firmly in the lead, have clearly possibly front-loaded, but now on erg number 1 for Exeter 1, we have the University of Exeter's own Lorna Tinkler, one of the senior coaches for the squads here, and she is driving it on as Exeter 1 really press ahead here. They have 35 metres on the competition. Something tells me some members of Exeter's senior squad may be enjoying screaming at their coaches. As the field behind them starts to tighten, Exeter 2 are still closing, while Exeter 5 are being gained on here by the looks of things on Exeter 4 here. Coming into that next interchange here, and the change is happening now. And on goes Sean for Team 1 in Exeter, who famously went sub 7 minutes earlier today in the Open Women's event. Again, she is driving it on, and Exeter 1 are still firmly in the lead here. They're in the driving seat. They have 30 metres on Exeter 2. Behind them in the field, Exeter 5 and Exeter 3 are firmly locked in the tussle, while Bristol 1 look like they might be starting to fall back slightly. They look like they were about to move, but maybe they had a slightly unexpected turnover. Exeter 1, meanwhile, being driven onto it here by Olaf Sanya. While Exeter 5 and Exeter 4 in lanes 9 and 7 respectively are trading places with every stroke. It's going to be a very interesting one to watch as Exeter 1 come into their next transition. And it is Angus back on as 2 of his team members hold his feet down. The idea, of course, here being to make the erg drive chain move back, not the erg itself. And looking further down the field here, as Bristol 1 complete that changeover any moment now. We see Exeter 1 still really driving onto it here with a 128.1 average split, opening up 62 metres here on Exeter 2. It looks like they're really establishing a lead as Angus drives on to 750 metres to go. And for Exeter 1 now, it is the President, Alex Roby, driving it on with the legs, while Exeter 2 look like they might be starting to make a move. They've certainly stolen the march on Exeter's 3 and 4 here, who are locked in a tussle here as they come towards 750 metres remaining. There's 9 metres in it between Exeter 3 and Exeter 4, and Bristol 1 are eating into Exeter 5 now. Bristol 1 appear to have made a really clever tactical call here with their changeover as they start to move on Exeter 1, but now Exeter 1 are moving as well. Exeter 1 are moving back, and they are closing on Exeter 4. And a slightly challenging changeover there for Team 1. That may have cost them a second or two, but they've got the margin, they've got the margin. They are by some margin the first crew through the 500 metres remaining mark. Bristol 1 now sitting 50 metres back from Exeter 5, but Exeter 5 and Exeter 4 still locked in that tussle here as they come in towards their 500 metre changeover. Here we go. And that changeover is happening now as Lorna Tinkler in lane 1 drives it on for Exeter here, using those legs. Every athlete here just pressing down through the quads, through the glutes. And it's a change now for Lorna as she comes off, and Sean is back on in Team 1, but have they lost ground? Exeter 2 are now moving on them in lane 3. But Olusanya has picked the rhythm back up for Exeter 1, and they're opening the gap again. 55 metres now between the two crews, 56, 57, and it's looking like it's going to be a real challenge for anyone to catch Exeter 1 now, who are in a dominant position in the last 250. And now, of course, the other teams have to make that final changeover. And there goes the change in lane 5 for Exeter 3. They've lost a couple of seconds on the changeover, but will their final member of the team be able to claw it back? It looks like they might have done enough to hold off Exeter 4 in lane 7. 14 metres in it between those two as Exeter 1 drive towards the line. Exeter 1 look like they're going to come through first. It's 3 strokes away. 2 stroke, and they're through the line. Exeter 1 are the winners here with a time of 6:02.2. And now it's looking like it's going to be Exeter 2 through the line first. Yep. Exeter 2 in 2:16.1. Exeter 3 in 6:21. But who's it going to be here? 3 or 4? Stroke to stroke. Which team is going to see this out first? It's Exeter 4! Exeter 4 by just a fraction of a second as Bristol 1 drive towards the line here. Bristol 1 still pressing on, really looking very strong here. Let's make some noise for the boys. Bristol 1 driving on towards the line now. And Bristol are through. 6:48.8 for Bristol, and that is an Exeter win then. Exeter 1 in 6:02.2 with an astonishing average split of 130. Very strong performance here from all of our contestants. Okay, the next race on the programme is race number 17. This is the first heat of the men's relay. We're planning to start this event at in just over 10 minutes time at 3:45.
Okay, so just to confirm, this is the first heat of the men's relay. There are 2 heats for men's relay. If your team is not in this race, you'll be in the next race. So if anyone has lost an iPhone, we've got an iPhone with a pink back cover that's just been handed in. So if you're missing your iPhone, we have it over here. It's a 6S with a sort of rose gold back cover. So guys, with the men's relay, if we could have for each of the teams a 5th person to stand on the back of the machines to stop them sliding, that would be much appreciated. So if each of the teams racing can have a 5th person just to stand on the back of the machine to stop them from sliding, that would be much appreciated. Thank you. So if each of the teams could have a 5th person to stand on the back, that would be appreciated. Obviously if the cables are pulled out, then we will lose the race system. Five minutes. So obviously just to confirm, in the second heat, which is not on the screen, Bristol 3 will be in lane 5, Bristol 5 will be in lane 7, Bath 1 will be in lane 9, Exeter 1 will be in lane 11, Bristol 1 will be in lane 13, Plymouth 1 will be in lane 15, but I believe they've only got one team now, so they'll be racing in this heat. Bristol 2 will be in lane 17 and Bristol 4 will be in lane 19 in the second heat. Okay, if all teams look like they're pretty much ready, if you want to get your first rowers on then, we will look to get this race underway. Again, if I can remind each of the teams, if you can have a 5th person to stand on the back of the machines, please, to stop them sliding. That would be much appreciated. So first rowers on the machines, first rowers. Okay, a hand up from each team when you're ready, please, just so I can see. Yeah, we're just waiting for one team who are just moving their machine. Okay, they're all good, they're all good. Okay, first row is on then. Pick up the handles, watch the screen for the start. Okay, hold on 1 second. Okay, watch the screen for the start.
Set ready. Attention.
Guys, safely out of this block then for this first heat. We have Plymouth 2, who are actually Plymouth 1 in lane 9, getting the early leads, trying to set a strong marker, and Bath 2 in lane 11, also going well out of the first 100 metres of this first heat.
Bath 2 in lane 11, 125.5 splits, 126 splits, so trying to lay down a good marker. Very tight though between three teams in the first 200 metres, with Bath 2 and Bristol 6 in lane 7, neck and neck. Bristol 6 just ahead at the moment. These guys working their way through to set the marker. So four teams pretty much neck and neck. A slow changeover by Bristol 9 has dropped them back out of the field a little bit, but there is a chance to come back. And we have Plymouth 2 and Bath 2 neck and neck at the front of the field, with Bristol 6 just 1 metre behind. Very, very good racing as these guys now finish off the first 500 metres. We have Bath 2 in lane 11, just eking a 1 metre lead at the moment, just before the first 500. But this three-way battle is developing very well here. Those three teams pretty much neck and neck. And then we have Bristol 8 in lane 13, just ahead of Bristol 7 and Bristol 9. But Bath 2 have got on a quick jump there on the rest of the field, and they now moved out to a 16-metre lead. So a good change there has helped them move through, with Bristol 6 now holding second place ahead of Plymouth. Bath 2 though, 123.5 splits. So very impressive splitting there by the Bath team, really putting the hammer down as they come towards the 1K marker. Bath 2 at 124.1s, 30 odd metre lead at the moment. Plymouth 2 now squeezing back into second place and now rapidly closing that gap down as Bath went for a changeover. And Bristol 6 in lane 7 still doing a good job, just holding that third place over Bristol 8 in lane 13. So Bath 2 at 124.3, and we have Plymouth 2 at 125 splits. And now both now coming towards the 1K marker, both at 124 splits, as Plymouth squeeze through as Bath go through a changeover phase. And Plymouth now holding the lead, but also now going for a change, and the lead comes back in Bath's favour. But actually now very, very tight between the two of them, both at 125 splits at the moment. Through the halfway point, Plymouth 2, 3 metres to lead at the moment, pressing along in this third 500. Bristol 8 still holding that third place now over Bristol 6. Coming up to 750 metres to go. It's Plymouth versus Bath at the front of this race. 6 metres the gap. Now 124.6 by Plymouth at the moment, 125 by Bath. But Plymouth go through a bit of a changeover phase and get away again very, very quickly. So working their way now into towards the final 500 metres. Plymouth 2 at 125s, holding on to a 6 metre lead over Bath. Very competitive for third place though. We have Bristol 6 and Bristol 8 pretty much neck and neck for third place at the moment, with about 700 metres to go for those guys. Plymouth 2 now just 50 metres out from 500 and just holding on to the lead from Bath, but Bath drawing level with 500 to go. Both at 125 splits. So Bath now just edging their way into the lead and have moved into a 10 metre lead over Plymouth with 400 to go. Bristol 6 now holding that third place in lane 7. And we have Bath 2 now just holding on to that lead still as they come through towards 250 to go. So can Plymouth come back at them in this final phase? It's been very, very close between these two teams all the way down this race. Never more than 15 metres apart. Plymouth 2 now closing to 12 metres, 11 metres, 10 metres, and Bath go for a change. And both teams now pretty much neck and neck, 5 metres between the two of them, both at 125 splits. Bath trying to move away. Can Plymouth do anything with another changeover by Plymouth? 10 metre the gap between them.
but they're drawing down to 9, 8 metres. With about 150 metres to go. 6 metres the gap with 100 to go there. 5. Bath trying to hold them off. 4 metres the gap with 60 metres to go. And it's pretty much neck and neck with 25 to go. 2 metres the gap. Who's going to take the win here with 25 to go? Joint first place. The first dead heat of the day. Hey, Bristol 6 coming through in lane 7 to take third place. With Bristol 8 just ahead of Bristol 7. And Bristol 9 now in the final 100 metres. Working their way down. Now the last 50 metres there for the team in lane 15. So well done there, guys. So a massive round of applause there for Bath and Plymouth putting on a fantastic race and dead heating in the end. So we move into the second heat shortly.
And our next race, which is going to be the second heat of the men's relay, will be going off in 10 minutes' time at 3:55. This is your 10-minute warning for teams competing in the next event. Okay, we are planning to set this next event off as soon as we sensibly can. When your team is ready, if you could please just put the handle down and give us a wave, raise your hand just to indicate that to us. We will go when all of the teams are ready. We are going to try and go at 3:50 as opposed to 3:55. That's 3:50, 2 minutes start for the next event. Okay, all competitors in this next. Okay, we're going to hold this until someone comes back. Okay, all competitors, please take up the handles. And again, as you know by now, just watch your screens for instructions on the start. And they're underway in this, the second heat of the men's relay. As we saw previously, this event is all about the changeovers. Which crews are going to change over snappily? Which crews are going to lose that time? And already off the start, we're seeing some quite remarkable difference in style here from these crews. We're seeing a very long lean back here from Bristol 3. Bristol 3 with a very long lean back style here, but it seems to be paying dividends for them as they move into this third place position. Bristol 1, meanwhile, in what is very much a Bristol 1-2-3 at the moment, have moved out to a barnstorming lead with a 1:17.3 split here. They have taken this race by the horns, and they are dominating as they go first through 250. But it's looking as though that changeover for Bristol 1 wasn't quite the strong changeover they wanted, as Bristol 2 and now Exeter 1 start to move up on them. But now it looks like the Bristol 1 have come through that minute very strongly as they go through 1,600 metres. It looks like they are the stronger crew at the moment. 1,600 metres to go for these crews. Further down the field, it's looking like an interesting fight here between Bristol 3 and Bristol 5, who are stroke for stroke, but Bristol 4 are now moving through them as well. Bristol 4 have started to take a march here on 3 and 5, but Bristol 3 have moved back as well. And it really is nip and tuck now for those positions 3 through 7. There's very little between these crews here. Although Bristol 5 in lane 7 look like they might have had a poor changeover. But maybe they've recovered back now because they're still moving fairly strongly. Way out in front here we have Bristol 1. Bristol 1 sitting on a 1:21.2 average split as they come through the 1,300 metres to go mark. Bristol 2's starting to move here, but I'm just wondering whether the next changeover might be crucial here in this event. And the changeovers happen, some clean, some less clean. But the crucial thing for these crews here is they've really got to get going as soon as possible. This is why you will see people holding down rowers' feet. There is just not the time to get the feet strapped in properly in this event. You need to get going as soon as possible and release as soon as possible. At the moment, though, it is still Bristol 1, and it's looking as though Bristol may take gold and silver positions in this, the second heat of the men's relay. Bristol still on that 1:21 split as they approach the 1,000 metre mark. Let's just watch here and see how their transition affects their race plan. Bit of a slow transition there from Bristol, but they've picked it back up again and they've brought it on. Very interesting style there from their latest athlete. You can see quite clearly he started arms only just as he got his feet attached and then brought the legs on. Very effective way to conserve momentum really during that change. And it seems to have paid dividends for them as Bristol 2 sit on that 30 metre lead, and they're looking like they are the team to beat here. They are the team to catch. Further down the field, Bristol 5, 4 and 3 all nipping at their heels, but it's very much between those three crews for bronze medal now. Looking like any one of those three crews could take the bronze medal. And in the last 100 metres, we've really seen Bristol 2 start to drop back as Exeter cemented as Bristol 1 cemented their lead here. Bristol 2 by no means out of this race, but you get the feeling they're going to have to pull something special out of the bag to bring this one back here. Bristol 2 in lane 17, 53 metres behind, 54 metres now behind Bristol 1. In the pack, though, we have 95, 103, 107, 113. Very little between Bristol's 4-5 and Bath 1 and Bristol 3. Very close race there. Bristol 2 now. Ooh, Bristol 2 starting to move. 41 metres. What's this? Bristol 2 look like they might be moving on Bristol 1.
I know they've had a changeover, clearly a poor changeover there has cost them dearly, and they're dropping back now. And I'm just wondering, as the whole field comes into the last 500 metres, whether they might be at risk here, whether Bristol 4 have got enough in the tank to start moving on Bristol 2. Let's see, let's wait and see. Bristol 1, meanwhile, are really driving onto it. Bristol 1, 122.8 average split. Looking like, barring disaster, they are going to be the winners in this race here. Behind them, Bristol 2 in lane 17, still strong. They're up and in another 40 metres on the following 4 crews. You get a feeling that the fight for bronze here is going to be a really interesting challenge as Bristol 1 move through that final changeover and look like they may well be ready to take this race. And Bristol 3 here look like they may have dropped back slightly. Have they had a poor changeover? Are they not attached? We'll see. They're certainly moving back at this point, while Bristol 4 and Bath 1 really start to steal a march. This race really is Bristol 1's now, and it's Bristol 2's to lose. Bristol 1 through first in 5:31. It's looking like it's going to be Bristol 4, then Bristol 5, but Bristol 2 comes through the line in second place, 5:40. Is it going to be Bristol 4 here, bringing up the final medal position in the heat? Yes, it is. Bristol 4 at a time of 5:48. Bristol 5 through the line in 5:49, 5:50, 5:52, and now it's Exeter 1. Exeter 1 who drive through the line in a time of 5:59.1. So all of our competitors here in this event sub 6 minutes. No mean feat in a relay when you've got to factor in the time changes as well. But that really was Bristol 1, a barnstorming performance from Bristol 1 there. Really working very, very strongly with very efficient changeovers to take this second heat.
Okay, competitors in what will be the final event of the day, the single women's relay event. This is your 2-minute warning. If you are feeling that post 2K sugar rush, this is one reminder that our refreshment stand is still open, selling a range of tea, coffee and hot refreshments.
Okay, so we just want to confirm with Bristol, we have no one in lane 20 at the moment. We just want to check we've got all your relay teams. Is that correct for the women? Yep, no? Yeah, okay, good stuff. All right. Okay, we're ready to start.
Start rolling and prepare for the start.
Take your handles and watch your screens for instructions on the start. And they're away in this, the final event of the day here at Bucks Indoor at Exeter University. This is the women's relay, teams of 4 again. Off the start, it's looking as though Bristol 1 have come away very, very strongly, sitting on a 136 average split, 135 average split. The question, of course, as in all of these events, is going to be, are they going to be able to hold it through the changeovers? As they come through the first 250 metres, it is still Bristol 1 who look like they might be opening out a slight lead here. Bath 1 appear to have had a slight slip there, but they're now moving back. Oh, it's very interesting now coming into the first 300 metres. Bath 1 are really right on the coattails of Bristol 1. 6 metres, 5 metres between those two crews now. Behind them is a fairly linear field, looking like the crews might be settling into a pattern. Further down the field, we have Bristol 3, Exeter 1, Exeter 2, and Bristol 5 here, all in close contention with each other. Exeter teams 1 and 2 are within 1 metre of each other at this point. Looking like it's going to be a very interesting tussle further down that table. As our first crew, Bristol 1 comes through 1,500 metres with a very elegant transition, it has to be said. It looks like they're starting to open out a commanding lead now. They are really moving out on the field here. They have stolen a march and they are opening the gap here on the competition. 22 metres, 23 metres, 24 metres. Bristol 1 are absolutely flying here in this final event. Behind Bristol 1 we have Bath 1, Plymouth 1 in close contention. The lead going to change hands maybe between those two. Bristol 7 snapping at their heels and then the field opens out. But right now Bristol 1 have really taken advantage here in this event. Strong changeover. And as Bristol change over, the question here is how much distance are they going to lose? Slow changeover from Bristol 1 here. And Plymouth 1 are moving back. Plymouth 1 weren't quite able to move in time, and Bristol are moving again. Bristol are moving once more.
It's now a three-man race for silver and bronze at this point. Very early in the race at this stage, of course. All to play for as the crews enter that third 500 metres. It's now looking as though Bristol 1 are in a very dominant position. Bristol 1 just approaching that 1,000 metre mark first. They're going to come through the 1,000 first. But who's it going to be? Bath, Plymouth or Bristol second through this? And Bristol are through those 1,000 metres, but who's it going to be? It's looking like Bath may have had a good transition around the 1,000. They're going to come through first through the 1,000 metres. But now Bristol 1 are moving again. Bristol 1 are moving again. They are out to a 45 metre lead now. Looking like this race is Bristol's to lose. It's Bristol's to lose. Worth pointing out here that the athletes are doing a total of, I think, 250 metres each before splitting. So the amount of power these athletes are putting down in a very short amount of time is absolutely immense. And it's still Bristol who are dominating this final race of the day here. Behind Bristol, it's still that Bath, Plymouth, Bristol fight. Bristol 7 in a very strong position here. The number of the team here, of course, not necessarily representative of raw speed. Further down the field, we have a very interesting battle between Exeter 2 and Bristol 2. In this battle of Team 2s, it is 2 metres in it between these two crews right now. Bristol 2 just taken the lead over Exeter, and it looks like they might be starting to move. But now we are starting to see crews moving through as they approach the last 500. It's still looking like this race is very, very much Bristol's to lose. But behind Bristol, we have Bath, Plymouth and Bristol 7, who are all nip and tuck here. The changeover comes for Bristol 1. And it's a fairly slow one. That has cost them 10 metres. But can they pick it up in time to hold it? I think they can. It's looking as though this race is still Bristol's to lose, but behind them, will it be Bath? Will it be Plymouth? Will it be Bristol? Will it be a Bristol 1-2 in this final event of the day? The Exeter 2, Bristol 2 duel is still very much stroke for stroke, man for man. 2 metres between the two crews now. Further down the field, Bristol 6 fighting a valiant rearguard action, but it looks as though they've got a little bit too much to do in the last 500 over Plymouth 3. That will be an interesting one to watch. But perhaps more interesting to watch now is this fight for second and third place between Bristol 7, Bath 1 and Plymouth 1, who are nip and tuck for the final positions here on the medal rostrum. Bristol 1 completing their final changeover quite comfortably. It looks as though this race is theirs to lose. They look like they've got this one sewn up, but who's it going to be behind them? Here come the changeovers now. Watch those numbers, watch those numbers. Oh, and they were some smooth changeovers. This looks like it might be the tightest race we have had all day so far. As we have Bath 1, Bristol 7 and Plymouth 1, all stroke for stroke in the final 500 metres, final 200 metres even. Bristol 1 are going to take this, but the question then becomes, which of Bristol 7, Bath 1 and Plymouth 1 are going to come through first? Who wants this more? Bristol 1 are through, 6:28.9, and this is too close to call. Will it be Bath 1? They look like they've got about a third of a length. Yes, it will. Bath 1 through, Bristol 7 through, Plymouth 1 through. And now we have that fight we spoke about earlier. Exeter 2 and Bristol 2 pretty close here, but Bristol 3 come through first. Bristol 2 coming through the line now. This is going to be an interesting fight here between Plymouth 2 and Exeter 1. It is so close between those two crews now. Oh, and it is 0.2 of a second between Exeter 1 in Plymouth and Plymouth 2, 7:09 and 7:10. Plymouth 3 come through in 7:18.9, and it's looking like Bristol 6 are going to bring through with still a very commendable 7:21.5. And that marks the end of racing here at Bucks Indoor at Exeter University.
We will shortly have the medal ceremonies.